Yeah. Would you please tell me if you can see the screen? I I think this should be the cover of the book.
Yes, we can see.
Yes, thank you so much. So this being the cover of the book, so that is how the work began. And initially, I called them the missing mothers of the Indian Constitution. I did not call them the founding mothers. I call them the missing mothers. So mothers, there are various mothers, but they are not. I did not have in my mind or to with me enough research to be able to say that they were the founding mothers. It came much later, 7, 8, 10 years after that. And I also call them the mothers of the Indian Constitution and did not call them the mother of the Indian Republic because I did not have enough evidence to say that they did not just help us draft the Constitution of India, but they imagined the various contours of the future of the Republic itself and played a very significant role in giving the shape of the future to the future of the shape to the future Republic of India. So that is the transition between missing mothers of the Indian Constitution to the founding mothers of the Indian Republic that I will probably talk about in the course of the next 20, 30 minutes. Um, Apart from that, in the beginning, when I started talking about these women to people who I knew, lawyers, sometimes scholars, and I mentioned this in the preface of the book too, some very important people, very important scholars, historians, they completely dismissed the idea. They said that, okay, I mean, what you are saying is probably correct, that there were 10 or 11 or 15 women in the Constituent Assembly, but what difference would it have made, even if there were 10 women? Because women are always considered as token presences, they have a decorative value. So they are part of these organizations, but I don't think, or they did not think that they would have done a lot of great things. One particular historian, a very, very eminent person in Indian public life, I was very young then, and I told her about this work, and she had the uh, privilege and opportunity of seeing Amrit Kaur in her childhood. And she told me that I've seen Amrit Kaur, and she looked the kind of person who wouldn't have made much of a difference because she was demure, she was shy, she wouldn't be very. So what I'm trying to, what came to my mind, another person who was the granddaughter of a founding mother, one of these women sitting on the in this picture that you are seeing here, told me, yes, maybe. I mean, she was so eminent that she would have been probably. It's not a great surprise that she was a member of the Constituent Assembly. I'm sure she was. So she also did not know much about this. But what was appealing to me was not just the fact that they have been forgotten. And that they were forgotten is very clear. But I thought there is also a very important question to ask as to why they have been forgotten. And what is the kind of prejudice that we still harbor that prevents us, preempts us from remembering him? There was a kind of a stereotype, a kind of an image of the Indian feminist or Indian women's rights activist or movement into which these women, by their appearance and their historical records, or maybe by their self-effacing personality, did not fit. And that could probably be one of the reasons. So the research expanded into both the aspects in the process of uncovering their memory, recovering their memory, unforgetting them, and at the same time trying to find out all the reasons that had blocked our memory. So that is how this work began. And by the end of this research, and you've seen the book, I would say that I have done only a very partial inquiry into what these women could achieve. If one actually delves deep into the archives of the AIWC and the framing of the Constitution and the later legal and social reforms that were built upon the constitutional principles, one would probably discover uh, a big mass of contribution, a very significant contribution, only a little proportion of that I have been able to find out here. So I mentioned it in the very beginning of the book that it's not an exhaustive book. It had just opened this inquiry, and we have to now take the second step and the third step and the fourth step to find more about what these women had done, they had envisaged, they had actively pursued to uh, to be incorporated in the Indian Constitution and in the larger imagination of what India should be like. In the cover, The picture in the cover that you are seeing is of these women sitting together during one of the sessions of the Constituent Assembly. I must also acknowledge that I got this picture, although it was there in 2018 CWDS calendar of the 2000 for 2018. The calendar was there, but the editors of the calendar had yet not been able to identify all the 11 members sitting in the in this picture. So that is also a kind of a very telling remark that until 2018, it was not possible for Center for Women's Development Studies to identify the 11 women by their faces, by their photographs. But now we know all of them. You can see from the left, if I start reading, on the far left behind the 6 women who are standing in the far left are on the left is Kamala Chaudhary, who was who was a writer, who was a short story writer, a Hindi short story writer who had written strong stories with strong female characters and had a definite sensibility, feminist sensibility in her short stories. Next to her, I'm talking from the left side. So next to her is Sucheta Kripalani, who became the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh later and was also a member, a Vice President of the AIWC at one point. Her husband, J.B. Kripalani, and this is something that I'm telling for a particular purpose. J.B. Kripalani was the President of the Indian National Congress when the Constituent Assembly was functioning and was framing the Constitution. And there's a purpose why I said this. Maybe I will, if somebody asks, or maybe if I might forget, so let me tell this. In the Constituent Assembly, during the debates, J.B. Kripalani would often pass remarks about what an ideal woman should be like, and he would give reference to how Sucheta would wash his feet and put the shoes in his feet and prepare him to go to the office, and yet and also simultaneously continue doing her work as the chief minister and a very important public figure. And in his very large tome of an autobiography, Kripalani mentions Sucheta only, Acharya Kripalani mentions Sucheta Kripalani only probably for 2 or 3 paragraphs. This is an instance of what kind of, I would say, misogynist or gender blind, gender prejudice, heavily partial to in representative scenario was there in the times when the constitution was being framed. And Sucheta, of course, was not someone who would just do this, but there was this extreme pride that this man took in describing his own wife in this matter, and also bringing the private life of a man and a husband and a wife into the public discourse of the making of the constitution. This is something that we need to explore, which would be a part of the gender politics of the framing of the constitution. Not much have been not much has been written in this book. As I said, there is only this is just a tip of the iceberg. To her left is Durgabai Deshmukh. As you can see, she's wearing a black sari. I believe at that point she was a widow. But Durgabai's story is also extremely important. Durgabai was not an inner member of the AIWC. She was a collaborator with All India Women's Conference, but she was not directly a member in the sense that the other members were there. But Durgabai's story is also extremely important because there are several things to be remembered about Durgabai. I'll just tell you 2 or 3. When she was a victim of child marriage. She was married off at the age of 12 to a boy who was 13 years old. And she immediately said that let us separate, let us not live together. I cannot live with you, because there was no formal recognition of divorce in those days. And she separated. She promised her husband that when you grow up, you can marry anybody you want to, and I will take care of both of you, I mean you and your wife, if there is any problem. And that's what she did. Actually, when her husband died, this woman who was married to him later on fell into bad times, and Durgabai, she was the pioneer of social work in India, and she started several organizations for rescuing women who were in various kinds of traps, self-help, helping women with self-employment and so on. So she took care of that. Durgabai wanted to study law because she went to she was imprisoned during the Gandhi Satyagraha movement, and in the times during her experience in the jail, she discovered that a majority of women who are convicted are here because they were not represented rightly. And so she understood that there is a need of women lawyers, which is very important. And we need more women lawyers to be able to represent women's issues. And as we know, AIWC had education as one of its very important themes. And it might seem in the very beginning, if one looks only at the surface of AIWC documents, that AIWC was only concerned with primary education and school education, but actually the truth is much larger than that. AIWC was interested in education in every professional field, and there was a very defined rationale for what kind of education should be given to women so that it can help women's position become better. So Durgabai is one example of a person who wanted to study law in order to make legal representation of women stronger. And that was not allowed. When she wanted to study law at the Banaras Hindu University, she was told that you cannot study law because this is not a subject for women to study. It's a male dominion. So Durgabai is also very important. She became a lawyer eventually, having studied law at Madras University. She was one of the most promising lawyers in the Madras High Court at the time when the Constituent Assembly was convened. Her senior colleagues and the judges in the High Court told her, don't waste your time in going to Delhi and frame a constitution. Instead, be here, you can earn a lot. So Durgabai did that. And later on, of course, there's a lot more about Durgabai. I mean, one can talk about each of them individually for hours, but that's not the purpose and that's not probably the approach of the book today. To her left is Begum Ijaz Rasool, who was the was married to the Nawab of Rampur, was a landlord in her own right. A very important member of the AIWC, was the vice president of AIWC in 1937, 38, 39, was at the forefront of legal reforms in the personal laws, both in Hindu law and also in the Sharia. There are many questions that might come up when we talk about Begum Rasool. She was the sole Muslim woman member of the Indian Constituent Assembly. It is also important to remember that there were two other women, there was another Muslim member, there were three Muslim women who were elected to the Constituent Assembly initially: Begum Sohrawardi, Ikramullah, and Begum Jahanara Shah Nawaz. Both of them went on to become very important feminist activists from Pakistan after 1950s. Begum Jahanara Shah Nawaz became the vice president. Begum Jahanara Shah Nawaz became the vice president of the Pakistan Constituent Assembly. And she also was, although she was with Jinnah and the Muslim League in the demand of the making of the in the demand for Pakistan, when the constitution making process started in Pakistan, she was a strong and fierce advocate for a secular constitution. We'll talk more about that maybe some other day. And then to her left is Purnima Banerjee, who was a very important trade union leader at that point, very close to Ram Manohar Lohia. But unfortunately, she died very soon after the constitution was enacted in 1951, so she could not live on to see the impact of the constitution as it was framed. And on the far left, I mean, to our right, but on the far left, are the people standing there, is the frail, diminutive Dakshaini Velayudhan, the only Dalit woman member of the Indian Constituent Assembly. And I devote a lot of attention to Dakshaini in my book. There are lots of things, lots of areas in which she concurred with her male colleagues and female colleagues in the Constituent Assembly, but there are many occasions when she actually challenged and went against the current in the debates during the making of the Constitution. But a major example, I mean, I present her in my book as a major example of how difficult it was for a woman to get elected to the Constituent Assembly. So, and there is a section, if you read the second chapter, the third chapter, where I devote a lot of space, taken, of course, from the archives, to showcase how her election to the Constituent Assembly was opposed by Dalit male leaders, by upper caste male leaders, people from Madras constituency, people from the Scheduled Caste Federation, people from the Indian National Congress, and so on. So it was the most difficult of all elections to come for a Dalit woman to become a member of the Constituent Assembly. The five members sitting in the front row are all very well recognized. You can, they are Renuka Rai on the far left was also once vice president of the Constituent Assembly before, and she was most importantly the secretary for the legal disability cell of the AIWC from 1931 onwards, and she would do extremely rigorous surveys of the legal rights of legal rights. So I believe I'm visible and audible because I can't see the screen. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are visible.
Thank you
also.
so much. So Renuka Rai is there, and Renuka was as I said, was the secretary and the in charge for the legal disability cell of the AIWC. And between 1931 and 1946, 15 years before the making of the Constitution, Renuka Rai had devoted a lot of time in doing extensive surveys, extensive studies of the legal status of women, whether it is in the field of personal law, whether it is in the field of labor laws, whether it is in the field of education, and so on. And Renuka was also later on elected to the United Nations Commission on the Freedom of Information, which is also a source of what is now known as the right to information. So these are some of the things that we need to, again, pursue and extend. This is, as I said, we need to, all of them. There are several footnotes in the book, which can all expand into chapters. To her left is, of course, Hansa Mehta, who was then the president of the AIWC when the Constituent Assembly was elected. An extremely, extremely important member. She was elected to the Bombay Legislative Assembly as a secretary in 1937. Even before that, she was member of the Bombay legislatures. She was also the drafter, one of the drafters or authors of the National Planning Committee's report on women's role in a planned economy. And then she was also an author, a member of the the Subcommission on Women's Rights, and later on the United Nations Commission on Human Rights that drafted the UDHR, which was which came into force in December 1948. Later on, she became the first woman president of a public university in India, which she literally started, which she got in a very small and minor scale and converted into one of the greatest to her left is Amrit Kaur, who is at the center of this whole discourse. She is the senior most of all the AIWC members, almost a kind of a founder, president of AIWC. Amrit Kaur was very close to Nehru and Gandhi both, was also the health minister, the first health minister of India in the cabinet, Nehru's cabinet. It was an extremely, extremely important member in terms of a lot of contributions. She was a member of both Hansa Mehta and Amrit Kaur were members of the Fundamental Rights Subcommittee in the Constituent Assembly. And Amrit Kaur would be a kind of an ambassador between various warring groups in the Constituent Assembly, about which we can talk later. To her left is Annie Mascarene, who joined the Constituent Assembly much later after Travancore and Cochin joined the CA. So she joined the Constituent Assembly in sometime towards the end of 1948, when a lot of good work had been already done. And to her left is Ammu Swaminathan. I probably spoke about her in the very beginning. So this is the Constituent Assembly, the women in the Constituent Assembly. The frame of the book has been chosen from the page of the preamble, which was decorated by Nandalal Bose and his artist students, disciples at Shantiniketan. And the frame of this entire presentation that I have is the frame from the first page of the Fundamental Rights in the original Constitution of India. So that is the first. I think that's a neat. That's a kind of a summary of what we had. Before I talk about women in the Constituent Assembly, I need to tell you a little about the Constituent Assembly itself. This is the seal of the Constituent Assembly, and it is very important to remember that the Constituent Assembly, as it was conceived of in 1946, or we began talking about it from 1935 itself. Kamala Devi has written a lot about what kind of Constituent Assembly we should have or we will have in 1935-96, and she was extremely alert to the position that to the idea that a Constituent Assembly which is not very representative might end up making a very damaging constitution for the country. This is something that she was saying as early as in 1935, 1936. So it is important to remember that the Constituent Assembly was imagined as the Constituent Assembly for the entire undivided India. And it was hoped, at least by some of the members, definitely by the women members, beginning with Sarojini Naidu, Vijay Lakshmi Pandit, and Hansa Mehta, that the Constituent Assembly might be one of the forces that can somehow prevent the partition of India. It's a very important, I mean, maybe it was just wishful thinking. Maybe they knew they were thinking against completely against the grain of historical time. But that was one of the things that they had in their mind. I also keep the image in the present foreground, this image for the audience, because the Constituent Assembly was also conceived of as a very wise group. You know, the elephant is the symbol of a very wise, very slow, a very comprehensive thinking kind of an animal. And it is also a kind of a symbol of the beginning of any good thing, Ganesha. And we remember Tilak, who said that Swaraj is our birthright, was one of the first people who started demanding that we should have a Constituent Assembly, we should have a Constitution of India, and Tilak started this whole thing of the Ganpati Puja in Maharashtra. So maybe these are all connected, or maybe I'm making these peripheral connections. But it is important to remember that the Constituent Assembly of India was a very, very large, very important organization, the likes of which this country will never see in the future, or at least had never seen in the past. Bringing people from all over this subcontinent together on the basis of maybe indirect representation, but of course, very eminent people who had devoted their entire life trying to think about what kind of future this country will have, and sitting together for more than 3 years to decide on the making of the Constitution is, I think, a phenomenally important historical event. These are the women members. I've already talked about them, so this is just a close-up. You can take a closer look at all of them. You can look at the smile. You can see how Durga Bai is still very stern and is not smiling there. You can see how Amrit Kaur is smiling and Samita is smiling. I think we can, this is all very important. I wanted to show a particular picture today, but I could not do it on time. Maybe at some point I'll share it with Yuktika ji so that you can keep it as a kind of frame it and keep it in AIWC. It's an amazing picture of a dinner party that the AIWC members had thrown, and all the recipes that they had that were served that day were named after one or the other, some or the other member of the AIWC. You know, so there is a dish named after Hansa Mehta, there's a dish named after Amrit Kaur, there's something named after Renukari, and so on. I think that is one, this image and that particular menu of the dinner, along with the several letters that they wrote to each other, would be a great proof of the kind of solidarity, the kind of emotional bond that these women had together in the Constituent Assembly. Just to be remembered that there was only one washroom for all women in the parliament at that point, sharing the washroom, coming together to eat, planning what is going to be done in the Constituent Assembly next week or the next month, sitting in the house of one of these members, either at Hansa Mehta's place or at Renukari's place at Barakhamba Road. In itself is a beautiful example of feminist solidarity that the AIWC or these members of the founding mothers represented. This is an image that I believe all of you are seeing, and it will give you an idea of how difficult it is for us to locate women. Unless you bring in a microscope, unless you start looking at them with a very fine comb, you'll not be able to even see that there are women sitting here. This is the Constituent Assembly of India, the 295 odd members. You can, of course, see, if you pay some attention, that there are women sitting in the front row. On the left side, you can see Hansa Mehta and Annie Mascarene and Purnima Banerjee sitting somewhere in the first row to the left side. There are women standing in the second row on the right side. So this is the large constant assembly, and it is quite easy for anyone to, or for women to easily hide themselves, to dissolve themselves in the constant assembly, which I think was one interesting strategy that they had, as Amrit Kaur had written to Hansar Mehta in 1946, that we all need to get elected to the constant assembly, but let us make sure that we do not invite unnecessary attention. We do not become an extra spook in the wheel. Otherwise, our strategies will not work. So this very strange, this very clever way of becoming a belonging to the Constant Assembly and working from within in order to get their demands passed was one of the strategies that they had developed very early in their careers. Here is an image, again, just to show that these are 11 members out of, and the picture on the right side shows the eminent members sitting together, and you can see only Amrit Kaur finds a place in this entire group. I might be wrong, but I also suspect that this is a picture of all the ministers in Nehru's cabinet who were also members of the Constituent Assembly at that point. So you can see Ambedkar was the law minister, and Maulana Azad was the education minister, Rajendra Prasad was the agriculture minister, food and agriculture minister, Patel was the home minister. They're all sitting together. So I wanted to argue, or I have a chapter in the book called, a section in the book called The Suitable Women. The purpose, the title is, of course, a play on Vikram Seth's novel, The Suitable Boy, but that's not what it is in the context of the Constituent Assembly. The idea is that when the Constituent Assembly was being elected, women were not considered as suitable for the role of making a constitution. So it is very important for us to remember what were the qualifications, what these women had done in order to gain that suitability. There is a list of, I think I can read it out from my book, or maybe I will skip that part, but at some point, those of you who are further interested can see. I found among the AIWC papers a list of, or several lists from which at least 40 names of women can be culled. 40 women's names were floated so that they could be elected to the Constituent Assembly. And AIWC was very keen that women from all ideological groups, women from all identity groups, from all linguistic groups, all regional groups, and all communities were elected to the Constituent Assembly. So they wanted a Parsi woman, they wanted Muslim women, they wanted Hindu women. I don't know why it happened, but that was also something that Jaipal Singh Munda raised in the Constituent Assembly, that we needed some more women in the Constituent Assembly, and maybe a tribal woman would have also enhanced the faith that people have in the Constituent Assembly. This is a picture which read something for all of you. You can see this is Hansa Mehta addressing the Constituent Assembly on the 15th of August 1947, or this could be any other date too. You can see if you look at this image very carefully, you can see that Dr. Rajendra Prasad is sitting on the high pedestal as the chairperson, and Hansa Mehta is addressing the entire Constituent Assembly. There are two bureaucrats, ICS officers or other kinds of bureaucrats, who are sitting facing all the members. And in the front row to the left, the heads that we can see are also of senior delegates who have come to the Constituent Assembly from outside. So you look at this image, and I'll read out something from a section from page number 121 of my book to impress upon the readers or the audience as to how difficult it must have been for women to intervene, to contribute, to participate in the making of the Constitution. So I read this out. The established conventions of reading the Constituent Assembly debates are marked by an engagement with the exterior of the Constituent Assembly. That's the exterior of the Constituent Assembly. The library hall of the Parliament building, which hosted more than 300 members, dozens of secretarial staff, reporters and other members of the Indian and foreign press, general visitors and guests while the debates were taking place. Think of the grand architecture of this space with its 13 arc-shaped rows clasped on each other in circles of elevated wooden benches, facing an enclosed dais with an imperial elevation on which is seated the chairman, a widely respected patriarch of conservative sympathies. So that is where Rajendra Prasad is sitting. This is the Constituent Assembly that you need to imagine in order to understand the women in the making of the Constitution. On either side of the stage, below him, are seated seasoned bureaucrats, providing secretarial assistance to the members, among whom are ministers of the first cabinet of independent India. At the center of the hall, an enormous candelabrum is suspended from the 80-foot high dome. So this is the Constituent Assembly that we see. Shyam Benegal has a documentary called Samvidhan, in which he tries to reconstruct the making of the Constituent Assembly. One major flaw that happens in Benegal's depiction is that it shows as if members of the Constituent Assembly could speak from wherever they were sitting. Like nowadays, the parliamentarians do. They have a microphone in front of them on this at the place that they are seated. But that is not what it was in 1947. So for a woman member, one of the backbenchers of this house, that is how Purnima Banerjee described the women members. They would all, apart from Amrit Kaur and Sarojini Naidu, all of them would sit in the backbenches of the Constituent Assembly. So for a woman member, one of the backbenchers of this house to speak is to walk on the green carpet up to the front and mount the rostrum, which has one of the two microphones in the hall, the other reserved for the chairman, and speak to a crowd of argumentative men, literally taking the floor amid the sound of 40 fans and in prolonged Delhi winters that of several heaters. So this is where they had to come. So for a woman to speak was not just to sit on the chair or stand up from their benches and speak. They had to walk all the way through the entire well of this parliament hall and then there are only two microphones there and speak. As you can see, there is the All India Radio microphone also there. And there were occasions when their speeches would also be broadcast by the All India Radio for the general public to listen to. I believe somebody needs to also do. I have a friend who did a deep research on the All India Radio archives to find out the women's voices in the making of the Constitution. So I don't know whether that has been completed or not. So this is the Constituent Assembly, and we have not been able to find their voice, which is not very surprising that we took 70 years to find their voice. So here are the names. I've already mentioned them. I'm skipping them. Now the question is, why don't we remember them? If this is what they have done and we have all these things, the question to ask is, why can't we remember them? The answer to this question could be many. I will give you a couple of answers here. The first answer comes to my mind, which I argue briefly in my book, is because there has been a huge investment, intellectual, scholarly investment in trying to understand the partition, but not enough attention paid to what was happening in the Constituent Assembly while the partition was taking place. Very few people have actually even worked on the impact of the partition and its related violence on the making of the Constitution, which is another thing that we need to look into. So political scientists focus largely on what happens after 26th January 1950, while historians work only up till 15th August 1947. So that is one reason why this period between 1947 and 1950 has somehow not been looked into. The other reason is that legal and constitutional scholars largely interpret the text. They are only engaged with or interested in the text of the Indian Constitution rather than its history. And the final point, which is where I think the AIWC has a very important role to play, is the fact that of late, last 20, 50 years, but now, of course, it had changed, the faith that feminists had in the constitutional framework of this country, in law, has somehow diminished. And that is why interest in the understanding of the Constitution has probably diminished. The other very important is that we have lived in the under the authority of the founding fathers. You know, the same picture, the same place have replaced Hansa Mehta with Nehru, and you can understand how the charisma of all these founding fathers have had a sway over Indian modern history, and the entrenchment of the wisdom of the founding fathers, as if they are they are the most intelligent, the wisest people. Granville Austin famously called them the oligarchs of the Constituent Assembly, who could never make any mistake. You know, you look at the burden of the founding and I choose this picture particularly to highlight not just the fact that Ambedkar has been, I would not say inaccurately, but of course overwhelmingly attributed the making of the Constitution, but the idea that that a very intelligent, a sharp person looking ahead into the future, with a man with extraordinary talent and extraordinary erudition, has to be given the role of the founding fathers. So that is probably one major obstacle in our ability to appreciate how the Constitution was made. Um, how do we recover the moral imagination of the founding mothers? Can we really call them the mothers of the Constitution or the mothers of the Republic? There are 4 or 5 points that I choose. I mean, there are many in the book, but I choose 4 or 5 important points that the AIWC intellectually presented before the in the public sphere and before the colonial government and the nationalist leadership that became very central to their contribution to the making of the Constitution. The first one was this idea that women constitute an enumerated community. Women are not a very vague, amorphous, non-enumerated community. They could understand what women are, and they found out the fact that women are rights-bearing subject and they are an actor in the affairs of the state, and they are not just, you know, marginalized members of large patriarchal families. The second idea that the AIWC had very slowly developed, or the idea that evolved in the course of time, during which AIWC was engaged in a lot of activism, was to imagine the nation not as a historical organism, but as an economy. And an economy which can, an economy not just in the financial monetary sense of the term, but as in literally in the sense of the home, which is made together with the help of people, partnerships and collaboration. The third idea is that women are a minority. And when I say they are a minority, it does not mean that they are a minority because they are poor or they are less in number, but a minority that has been constructed due to unfair social values, social customs, social codes, and the way the society has been organized. In that sense, what they did, and there are many, I mean, I couldn't find that picture, but they have, if you look at, I mean, I've already talked about Renukari's intervention. So if you look at AIWC documents and the documents of some of the other women's organizations as well, Women's India organizations particularly, and the NCWI documents, but primarily, I mean, overwhelmingly for AIWC, that does a lot of surveys, a lot of very clear headed social scientific evaluation into the status of women, women's employment ratios, women's health conditions, women's educational conditions, whatever we call nowadays. Nowadays, we have the development indices developed by the UNDP. So using all of them to establish that women are a minority. And as any student of constitutional law or constitutionalism knows, constitutions are made as a kind of support system for minorities in a democracy, where there is always a fear that the majority will override the interests of the minority. So in that sense, they already had a belief in constitutionalism, a faith in the idea that we need a constitution. And finally, the ideas of constructive citizenship. This is a phrase that Amrit Kaur uses time and again, that citizenship has to be an active citizenship. It can't be a passive citizenship in which you just you just want to be a beneficiary of the state. You have to be someone who can contribute to the making of the state, and the state has to be a moral agency. That's the term that Mehta and Gore uses very often during the making of the constitution and even before that. Here are just pictures that I have taken, and I wanted to show this. This one is charter of AIWC, from one of the charters that AIWC had sent to the Indian Labour Organization, ILO. The member who was in charge of the ILO and the ILO communication was Shanta Mukherjee. So here is a page from that, and Shanta Mukherjee was very vehemently, I think, opposed to several ILO's provisions which were gender unjust and which were against women. So this is one, this is a very core idea. I just want to show it here so that people can understand that it's not a very vague, very abstract and idealist kind of thinking that AIWC members were doing. They were doing actual research, and they had very specific demands, which were all culmination of years of women's rights activism. This one is Hansa Mehta's handwriting. This is these are 2 pages, the snippets that I have just placed here before all of you, from Hansa Mehta's handwritten rough draft of the Women's Charter of Rights and Duties that was framed in 1945. That's also a very interesting thing, and we need to work on that. It was in 1945 annual conference of the AIWC in December 1945 that they decided, the AIWC resolved, that we need to have a women's charter, which will be a comprehensive articulation, a comprehensive expression of all the demands that we have been making in piecemeal manners, in scattered manners here and there over the last 20 years. So the AIWC charter was made in 1945. This is one draft level. It went through several drafts. The drafting of the AIWC charter also has a very interesting history. This is not called the AIWC Charter, by the way. It's called Indian Women's Charter of Rights and Duties. Duties have a very small section there, but it is there, which is, of course, part of AIWC's larger ideological paradigm. But what is important to remember here is AIWC in 1945 had 25,000 members, which is a huge number. In 1945, they had branches in nearly all the major cities and even in some small towns of this of the subcontinent. And the charter was circulated to all these branches. Feedbacks, as they call nowadays, or responses were collected from all the branches. They were all sent to the AIWC headquarters, to the president, who would then circulate it among the the major authors of this. Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay was one, Hana Sen was one, Lakshmi Bai Rajwade was one, Lakshmi Menon was one, Hansa Mehta herself was one. So all of them sat together. This was almost like a small drafting committee, which collected these responses from various branches of the AIWC, looked at its previous documents to prepare this Indian Women's Charter for Rights and Duties. It is almost a kind of a minor rehearsal of what was going to happen in the Constituent Assembly in 1947 and 48 and 49 and 50. It's almost like doing what B.R. Ambedkar was doing as a member of the drafting committee, collecting all the resolutions that were made in the Constituent Assembly, or various kinds of suggestions that had come, and then drafting a constitution on the basis of that. So this is very important to understand also. I'm just talking about the methodology to say that AIWC, many people have accused, I have received several in some of the reviews of my book, and in various questions, people have asked, why don't you think AIWC was an elitist organization and all of these women were extremely elite and so on and so forth. But I think, I mean, of course, the women belong to the families that they belong to. They had elite education, they had studied abroad and so on and so forth. But it is also important to remember that they did try to democratize AIWC in as much, in as many ways as possible. So this is one example. I will just read, maybe if you want, I can read out something. This is Hansa Mehta's handwriting. I'm sure some of you have already read these pages. So this is woman's place in the family. And look at the framing of this particular demand. Whereas we believe that the present conception of the family as an institution with man as the head who looks upon his wife and children as his property to do what he likes with them is wrong. Okay, so you look at how, and all the articles of the AIWC Charter are framed in this manner. It begins with a rationale, whereas we believe, and then it says, hence, therefore, this is what we want. Okay, and whereas we believe that such a conception of the family has affected the cause of women in the century should change, and the family be regarded as a cooperative concern where every member has an equal place. So look at how, as I said, they imagine the nation as a nation as a economy, and when many people say that they imagine the nation as a family, but the answer to this question can only be given when we understand what was the reimagination of the family that they had. 1939 in the women's in the WRP, Women's Role in Planned Economy report, they had also thought of how the family needs to be reimagined. That was at the core of the Uniform Civil Code demand, as people talk about, the UCC, which was actually, as I was talking yesterday to Yutika ji, it's not a uniform code. It was a common code that they wanted to make. So anyway, this is one example that I was trying to give, and the other section is also very important. Man shall have no right to deprive her of this right in case of a dispute. And there's so much here, which is about all the things that went into the debate on the Hindu Code Bill and on in the Fundamental Rights Committee that women were participating. The point here is to say that it was not suddenly that they came into the Constituent Assembly and they said that this has to happen, that has to happen. All the ideas that went into the making the Constitution were developed after very rigorous thinking, after trying to mobilize women's opinion from across the country, and then place them in the language of constitutionalism. This is another, I think, misconception, or I think something that I want to place before all of us. Many people say that AIWC members are not feminists, and they did not want. There are scattered remarks that when Sameta says that we are more narrow feminists, or Kamala Devi say that we are not feminists in the Western sense of the term, and so on. But it's a debate that we can go into. I'm just placing before you two newspaper reports which very clearly present these members of the AIWC as feminists. This is a picture of Renuka Ray with her husband and son in 1935 when she went on a campaign on behalf of AIWC to the US, particularly to California. And this is a picture where she is presented as foe of child marriages. 1935, July 5th, Los Angeles Times, and you see this picture has a caption calling her India Feminist Campaign related by city's guests. There are various very interesting discussions of how Indian feminist movement had been received by the Western media. Look at the first sentence. It says, India has a first-class and highly active feminist movement. The social secretary of the All India Women's Conference with branches all over India was in Los Angeles yesterday. She's a petite, gazelle-eyed lady garbed in a becoming sari, and you can go into all the Orientalist stereotyping of Indian feminists. So this is one. This is a news report from Bombay Chronicle Weekly when Hansa Mehta was elected as the president of the AIWC, and you can see even the Indian newspapers described her as nationalist and feminist. Hansa Mehta, nationalist and feminist. This is a close-up of the president-elect of the All India Women's Conference by Chitra Nayak. So yes, so this is also something that we need to understand, that Indian feminism had been recognized in the 1930s and 40s, and it had a very distinct shape. That's the work that as I was introduced in the beginning, I'm trying to work on the aspect of Indian feminism later on. Women's constitutional politics is what I think is one of the distinctive features of Indian feminist movement at this time. This was not a picket picketing kind of a movement. This was a constitutional politics, which was organization based, which demanded the rearrangement of the power structure of the society through negotiation with the state. Initially, it was the colonial state. Later on, it became the Indian nation state, made in terms comprehensible to the available constitutional jurisprudence. So this, I thought, is the I believe, is a very specific thing about Indian feminist movement and its very specific characteristic. Another aspect of Indian feminist movement was that it worked through collaboration rather than confrontation. Here is an example. Here is B.N. Rao, who I think needs to be again championed as a feminist, who was Kitty Shiva Rao was also a very important member of the AIWC, as many of us know, and she was the legal advisor. She was the legal brain behind many of AIWC's campaigns. So it worked with collaborations between men and women. There are several instances from the AIWC's letters written between 1937 and 1945, when AIWC would write letters to candidates for the Legislative Assembly elections that you have to support. Here are our demands. Tell us whether you support our demands or not. If you do, then you have the votes of the women for you. Here are some of the texts that I wanted to present, which the AIWC can look into. These are, I mean, I've already talked about the Women's Charter of Rights and Duties, which is in a slightly bigger font. Then we have the Legal Disabilities Days, Legal Disability Day, 1931 onwards. It was observed every day. Legislative programs of the AIWC, 1938. Legislative programs of the AIWC, 1938. There were several legislative programs which were all circulated, as I said, to the members of these legislatures. The WRPE report, various reports to the Hindu law committees, and it's also an interesting history. Of course, some work has been done by people on the Hindu law reforms, but I think the AIWC's very specific position on Hindu law reforms need to be taken up here. I can talk about more about this during the Q&A. The AIWC's memorandums to the International Labour Organization, as I already talked about, the United Nations, and numerous international women's organizations. These are some of the texts from which we can try to reconstruct the ideological position of the AIWC. Having said that, I think I must also add that from my research, or at least this is what I have speculated, that AIWC was one versatile organization that kept on improvising on its demands. So it's not that they began with something in 1927 and they ended with the same thing in 1974. They continued evolving themselves. I think that was one of the greatest quality, one of the most brilliant things about the AIWC, its ability to reformulate things, to contingently respond to historical situations, to new formulations, new collaborations, and that is how these texts need to be read when we try to do an intellectual history of the AIWC and its constitution. So this is, you see, these are some of the things I'm sure AIWC members are here, so I don't need to talk about them, but some of these things are very important here. For example, there is, in most cases, when AIWC members made their when they made their intervention in the Constituent Assembly, they did not refer to, or they did not use any effective nationalist rhetoric. No, India is a great country, and all the Ulticarian paradigm of Indian womanhood was not referred to. That was something that they tried to eschew throughout their discussions. They also demanded representations not just on legislative bodies, but also on other bodies. So, for example, universities should have more women professors. Right to employment, right to the housewife, right of the housewife as a contributor to the economy, health and education, and the fact that the AIWC continuously worked within the genre of human rights documents. Here are two, I think I will not read them out. You can see this, I've already mentioned this. Amrit Kaur, March 1946, and Sameta, April 1946. The interest that they wanted to get into the Constitution. Now, this is a very important, I think, argument because one of the conventional ideas is that women's demands were subsumed in a larger nationalist movement. Women demanded, or there was because there was this tendency of having a sexless citizen, uh, which was prefigured, or which was whose idea was whose conception was foregrounded by the members of the parliament or the Constituent Assembly. I think this I think is a misconception, because if one looks at only the debates during the making of the constitution, one will only see abstract notions and debates which are more in abstractions and not directly referring to the lived reality of women. And that makes it easier for one to conclude that women were talking about citizens without sex. Women were talking about citizens without referring to their very specific needs of their gender. But if you look at the fact, if you notice the fact that the Constituent Assembly was also working as the legislature, the same Constituent Assembly with overlapping membership with a different president. So Mavlankar was the president when the Constituent Assembly worked as a legislature, and Prasad was the president when it worked at the Constituent Assembly. They worked together. So, of the in the 3 years between 1946 and 1950, when the Constitution was made, there were 169 sessions of the Constituent Assembly when it drafted the Constitution and debated on the Constitution, and 166 sessions of the Constituent Assembly when it just debated various acts, various bills in the role of a parliament. If one looks at this particular role, you will find that women were debating the Armed Forces Special Powers Act. Women were debating the various Universities Act. Women were debating the Factories Bill. Women were debating the taxation system of this country. Women were debating about the safety of women in this country. So all kinds of real experiences, real problems that the parliament deals with, derived from various incidents, were brought into the Constituent Assembly legislature. And if one needs to understand how members of the Constituent Assembly tried to debate. So the Hindu Law Committee debates, actually Hindu Code Bill debate, were not conducted in the Constituent Assembly when it was drafting the Constitution. They were debated when the Constituent Assembly was working as a legislature. So these two have to be read together. And once we do this, I think a lot of voices of the women that have been so far lying unheard will come to the fore. The other very important aspect of the making of the Constitution is to remember that the Constituent Assembly had two structures. As I read out in the beginning, the floor of the Constituent Assembly that I described, where Hansa Mehta went and speaking, was only one space where the Constitution was being made. But the more important space where the Constitution was being made was in the various committees of the Constituent Assembly. I call the committees the inner domain of the Constituent Assembly. So you remember, even as early as in 1946, March, Amrit Kaur was saying within the AIWC discussions, she would say that even if we do not get elected to the Constituent Assembly, let us get elected to some of its committees. Because at that point, the cabinet mission had not given the entire structure or the composition of the Constituent Assembly. So they said that we need to work in smaller committees. The committees worked on the basis of expertise. They did not work through numbers. Voting was not the preferred mode of decision making there. And as Renuka Ray told us in her memoir, on the floor of the Constituent Assembly, women were often heckled. So for a woman to go all the way from the last bench and speak from there would also mean getting heckled, getting booed by male members before they could make their speeches. So it was easier for women to make their interventions in the committees of the Constituent Assembly. Women were nearly in all the committees. So you look at the Fundamental Rights Subcommittee, Mehta and Amrit Kaur were there. Minority Subcommittee, Amrit Kaur was there. Steering Committee and Rules Committee, Durga Bai was there. Labor Committee, once again, Renuka Ray and Hansa Mehta were there. They were in all these committees. The committees did the groundwork. They prepared the working documents on the basis of which the drafting committee prepared the draft of the Constitution. And that was then debated on the floor of the Constitution, which is what we see in the published in the form of the Constituent Assembly debates. Uh, there is another important thing that we need to look at, which is the note of dissent that women had given during the making of the Constitution. A number of notes of dissent, uh, in my count, I found around 20 to 30 that were given by the women in the members in the Constituent Assembly, which also need to be rescued, because notes of dissent, of course, they could not make a difference to the actual wording of the Constitution, but sometimes they did, as in the case of Article 37. There's a lot that one can say about how this whole process worked, but I will probably skip that. I will just read out these three here. The first one, Article 23, their note of dissent actually made a constitution, helped us make a constitution where military conscription is not compulsory. Article 25, women members had actually objected to the use of the phrase right freely to practice and propagate religion, practicing the theory and practice of religion, and the entire debate on Indian constitutional law about what is essentially the essence of a religion based on the understanding of a theory, the theological aspect of a religion versus its practical aspect, could be seen as being activated by these women during the debates in the Fundamental Rights Committee. And finally, Article 37, which to my mind is the single most important contribution of these women to the Indian Constitution, was about which became Article 37, was to use the term, or was to get the term fundamental inserted in the definition of the directive principles. So when they understood the directive principles, women members of the Constituent Assembly did not want two kinds of rights, like justiciable rights and non-justiciable rights, not like we have now, the fundamental rights and the directive principles. They wanted all the rights to be implementable. When they understood that that's not going to happen, they requested for this amendment, which was actually accepted, that let us then say that the directive principles will be, nevertheless, they will be fundamental in the governance of country, and it shall be the duty of the state to apply these principles in making laws. That is one article that has become central to the basic structure doctrine of the Supreme Court, and later on the ascendancy of the directive principles in the constitutional law. I can go on. I mean, I can talk about many things. I will just give you one example before I stop, maybe. But before I talk about this particular phrase here, was the example of the fact that there is, if you look at the right to equality, Article 15 of the Indian Constitution, a lot of debate is there about how Indian women only worked for formal equality and not substantive equality. But if you look into the larger debate, that the entire set of the entire spectrum of demands, interventions that the founding mothers made in the Indian Constituent Assembly, you would find that all of them, nearly all of them, had come from AIWC's demands, AIWC's activism. Whether it's about the safety of women, whether it's about scholarship for women, whether it's about having creches and health facilities for women, everything, the empirical experiences of women's lives were then converted into this abstract demand that we should have, the state should be able to make special laws for women. And that is why I think this entire debate about this entire conclusion that we have arrived at, that the Indian women's movement did not seek reservation, I think is an inaccurate understanding. Of course, they did not want affirmative action in the form of quotas, in the form of reserved seats, but they definitely wanted the state to take affirmative actions, do positive discrimination, so that the substantive experiences of women's life could be changed, could be transformed, and the social structure could be substantially altered to ensure gender justice. Here are some pictures. I just wanted to show some pictures which are there in my book for the people who haven't. So I will show you some pictures and then maybe conclude today. This is a picture of Begum Ijaz Rasool talking to Ambedkar when he was some of the demands that she had made. Ambedkar and Rasool, both of them had a very interesting position on religion. and on secularity. And that sometime, I think they were having a conversation somewhere here. This is a picture of Gandhi Kasturba presiding over the marriage of Dakshayani Velayudhan with her. And this is an an artist's imagination picture. This is a picture of Hansa Mehta with a string Bothroop at the United Nations Commission on Human Rights. This is a picture of Sarojini Naidu and Kavali welcoming Mahatma Gandhi in the 1946 Shimla conference. Some women who were not directly involved in the making of the constitution, because Sarojini had left the constitution making body to become a governor, and Kamala Devi could not be elected. Of course, Kamala Devi's name was nominated by the Congress from Madras to be elected from Madras, but the Socialist Party did not choose her, and so they did not choose to become a member of the Constituent Assembly. So that is why they could not elect Kamala Devi, but Kamala Devi was a consistent source of inspiration, ideas, and so on. And there is a section in my book about Kamala Devi's role in the making of the fundamental rights declaration at the Karachi Congress of the Indian National Congress in 1931. So these are all, I think, prehistories of the making of the Congress. This is Begum Sharifa Hamid Ali, and I choose her photo here precisely because I wanted to, because I'm speaking to the AIWC members here. She was also once the president of the AIWC. And once, when Hansa Mehta moved from the Subcommission on Women's Rights at the UN to the Commission on Human Rights, she vacated that place and she was replaced by Begum Sharifa Begum. This is an example of how they continuously tried to keep the position that they had. So whenever one person vacated, they wanted it to be occupied by another woman. This is something that Purnima Banerjee very loudly fought for in the Constituent Assembly, that each time a female member of the Constituent Assembly resigns or goes away, they should be replaced by another female member and not by a male member. So this is something that I wanted to say. Also, Hamida Begum had also an absolutely wonderful debate about the Shariat and how on what we now call post-colonial critique of the Western feminism. That is something that she did in the making of the Constitution itself. Here is the same picture, I believe. I'll just show some of these pictures. This one, I think, is very important. This is from Shankar's Weekly, which shows how Ambedkar is steering the Hindu Code Bill that looks like a young girl, and he is doing this. This, I think, is also a misrepresentation. It also almost gives Ambedkar enormous patriarchal, paternalist kind of a role in the making of the Hindu Code Bill. But the truth is that Hindu Code Bill was championed, pioneered by women members of the AIWC and the founding mothers. Yeah, so that's, I think,
thank you so
that's, I think, all I can stop here, and then we can.
Yes, thank you. That was a wonderful presentation about the book and all the various aspects. I'm sure everyone was spellbound listening to you, and I'm sure there are several questions. So before we start, Annie is one of our research scholars who's already raised her hand. Before we open the session for the audience, I'm sure I would request our treasurer, Dr. Upasana Singh, to give a few words and give her comments. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Dr. Achyut Chetanji. It was a wonderful experience listening to the achievements of AIWC women and our contribution, of which I'm sure many of our members were unaware of. And talking about 15 women who contributed in making the Indian Constitution. And it is, really surprising that out of 389 members of the Constituent Assembly, only 15 were women. So it really encourages us, especially in today's world when we are fighting for, reservation, 50% reservation for women representation. So, but I'm sure that this study will help all our generation who is going to make a mark, especially women, and each woman has a story, I think a very wonderful story, and it needs more time to be explained in such forum. It was wonderful experience. And when you talked about Suchita Kriplani's example, I'm sure that there are many, many women in today's world also who are working like Suchita Kriplani in today's society. And I thank you so much. I thank Yuthika ji for giving us this wonderful opportunity to hear from the author's mouth. So we expect more such sessions, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much. It was my pleasure throughout.
Thank you, Pasnaji. Thank you so much for your comments and your encouragement. Now I think I would like to open the session for the audience. We have got very, some great luminaries, some patrons. I can see Beena ji, I can see Vidyut Mohanty ji, and of course, Annie Devenish. So I might go alphabetically, and those who want to ask the question, I would like to invite, first of all, our senior most patron, Beena ji, Mrs. Beena Jain. Maybe she knows so much about AIWC, has been working in AIWC for the past more than 60 years, I think. So I'm sure she has ideas. Yeah.
My tributes and salute to you. Yeah.
Can you unmute yourself, Beena ji? Aapka sound, yeah.
Mr. Chetan, I have nothing to say.
Muted again, ma'am.
Unmute kar lijiye. Everyone I said was spellbound, They didn't know so much about this. वहां से कर दो Yeah.
Yes,
Mr. Chetan, I'm amazed to listen your talk and see the book, and so eye-opening. I knew many things. It's not there because as our member in charge, Professor Yutika Mishra had said, I am quite senior in this organization, and I worked with. I met Chattopadhyay ji. I worked with them. So, magar mere paas, I have no word to say. I am just can't think how you studied and where you studied and where you find out all these things. It is so good. And it is right, whatever you had said, that is absolutely right.
Ma'am, I consider myself very fortunate and I think there was some kind of a divine intervention which made me the agent of, working this. As I said in the preface, the book was waiting to be written. It was only my luck, and I don't even know whether I deserve this or not, but I was given the chance to work on them. And I'll tell you something, when I was working in the archives in Delhi, and there have been at least 15 occasions, and I'm not exaggerating, when Durgabai Deshmukh and Dakshayani Velayudhan and Amrit Kaur have come in my dreams, and it's just that because I've been so enmeshed in the archives, I would read their letters, and they would sign their letters, beautiful letters. So Renuka Rai would be called Lota. So they would write letters to her sweetheart, and this is what we are supposed to do. How is you? And the way women talk to each other. We do feminist scholarship, so we try to find solidarities and sisterhood. So it was so engrossing for me that there were times when I would forget that I'm living in 2000s and 1990s. I would think that I was living in 1946, 47, and I'd sign them. So I think there was some kind of it was an inspired thing, and I had nothing to do except following the trail that these women left for me. So you go to the archives, you read one letter will lead you to another letter, that will lead you to another letter, and so on. And everything, I must say, AIWC collection at the Teen Murti Bhavan is also an amazing collection.
Very much,
But
amazing
collection. I could see that those AIWC 4th installment papers were amazing. But even more important were the personal documents of these women, the private papers of all of these members. It is actually quite a tragedy that their papers have not been preserved by their family members or the institutions that they worked at. For example, Hansa Mehta, I'll tell you, this is just not the constitution here. I'm a student of literature, as Yutika ma'am had already said. So I was reading I was teaching the Mahabharata in the last semester. We have the classical Indian paper. So I was looking at the critical edition of the Ramayana, which was published by the Baroda in the Baroda Oriental Studies series. And all the editors of that series were so totally full of gratitude towards Hansa Mehta. And the first volume was dedicated to her. And she had patronized so much scholarship of Indian Sanskritic tradition. She would translate from Moliere's French text into Gujarati and vice versa. So it was such an incredible thing. And the making of the constitution, as I said, it's just one small part of their constitution, their contribution. They did much more than helping us draft the constitution of India.
It is, I worked with Renukari also. She was very loving person, but very short tempered. I know that. I have that experience.
So,
And,
there is this
how
example
you
of, in her autobiography, she writes about how Nehru had stopped speaking to her for
Yeah.
a good 6 months while the right to property was being debated in the Constituent Assembly. Because as a socialist woman, she said that the right to property cannot be made a fundamental right, or at least you cannot have an arbitrary decision of who will take the land and who will not. And Nehru did not like that, and they did not speak for 6 months. She wanted to meet President Rajendra Prasad to talk about the Hindu Code Bill. And Rajendra Babu did not want to meet her. He's a young woman. And then she sent a note to him saying, I'm daughter of your professor, and I want to meet you, because her father had actually taught Rajendra Babu at the Presidency College. So she wrote, and then Rajendra Babu gave her an audience. And she tried to convert Rajendra Prasad from being the conservative, anti-Hindu Code Bill person to in favor of this. So they were all extremely brilliant women who worked with great strategies, great love for each other, great love for humanity and peace and so on.
I must congratulate you. Your study, your research is very, very deep, very, very deep. I admire your whatever you have written.
Thank you so much. This is the biggest word of praise that I can ever get. I'm feeling extremely grateful and
thank you very much. Thank you. I will not speak more because other people must be waiting for you.
So to add to what Binaji said about the sources, Binaji, if you remember, आपने ही ये काम शुरू कराया था. We have made the archives here and we have got the whole bunch of letters of Hansa Mehta. This is the file, speeches and writings of Hansa Mehta in a typed format. If you want to have a look at it, I have invited Dr. Achyut Chetan over to the library, and you must
I definitely will.
उनका यहाँ पे रखा हुआ है. So we go to the next person who wants to ask a question or say something. Maithili ji, Maithili, please unmute. Maithili, can you we can't hear you properly.
पास वगैरह कुछ भी नहीं है. वो ये कह रहे थे कि जब जाना है तो हमको बता दो, तो वहां पर SHO किसी को अपॉइंट कर देंगे, वो अंदर कर देगा SI.
मैथिली जी,
पास कोई मुझे नहीं मालूम, मेरे को क्या मालूम बापू घर के लिए किसने पास लिए. हाँ, नहीं, क्योंकि मेरी उनसे बात हुई थी तो ये कह रहे थे कि आप जब भी जाओगे तो मेरे को बोल देना. मैं
विद्युत जी, can you mute yourself?
अंदर कर देंगे. पास वगैरह कुछ नहीं था.
Maithili, I would invite Maithili Jagannathan, who has
नाम से कौन चला गया है और गया होगा.
May I speak now? Okay. I have two questions. One, you said that there is a status report of women in 1947.
I couldn't hear.
I think there is a problem with the setup. Vidyut ji, are you speaking? Vidyut ji?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I-
please go ahead. Yeah,
Mute ho ja raha hai. It's sometimes getting muted.
unmute karo.
So one status report was drafted in 1947
Yeah.
or 45. The another was available. I mean, was drafted in 74, 75. In what ways they are different? That is one. And secondly, this found of Indian Constitution did not want reservation in the parliament. They said to have their own place.
Your questions are not very clear, but yeah, I think you have something to say, Achyut.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am, I got your question. Maybe I could only partially hear, but yes, so the 1947 status of women, I was just trying to say that Towards Equality report, which was published in 1974, did an extensive research with the help of the government of India, using the resources of the government of India, having made a committee of social scientists, economists, sociologists, and also women's movement leaders of women's movement, women's organizations, to understand, to create a database, statistical understanding of what exactly was the situation of women in India, status of women in India. Has the constitution after which came into force in 1950, been actually able to deliver on its promise of equality? So that is what the 1974 report was. What I want to say, or I have said in my book, is that this report does not take into account the fact that the practice of, or the exercise of, finding the exact social scientific status of women was already initiated by the AIWC. So 1947, in the Asian Relations Conference, Kamala Devi Chattopadhyay was the editor of the Status of Women report, which she had prepared with the help of AIWC members, and which also had nearly, and also it's like the advance in social sciences, which data we need to find out. So by 1947, whichever data was considered to be a good index of understanding the actual socio-economic status of women was the AIWC and its members tried to find out those data. That's what I was saying. And even before 1947, AIWC had been continuously doing minor reports or minor memorandum about the status of women, from which it was becoming very evident that women have not been given the right economic, social status that they needed to be given. That is why they are a minority. It's like the Sachar Committee report, which tells us what is the exact truth about the Muslim community in this country, the Towards Equality. So this is something that they were doing in the 1930s and 40s, and that became a very important logic. That became a very important reason for them to say that women need constitutional protection. Connected to that is the question of reservation. So what I was trying to say, that although they did not want specified number of seats in the parliament, which is like the quota, like 30% or 20%, that did not mean that they did not want the state to take positive steps or do positive discrimination in favor of women.
Yeah, I think that's,
Which is why Article 15.3 is there in the Constitution, in the Indian Constitution.
yeah, I think that's a very clear answer. Anyone else who wants to say? I thought Mathili Jagannathan wanted to say something. Annie, you can unmute yourself. Annie Devenish. Please introduce yourself also.
Good day, and just to say, Professor Chetan, it's a real privilege to have zoomed in to hear your talk. I've read your book, I've got a comment and then two quick questions. Firstly, I was really pleased you emphasized the way in which AIWC members at the Constituent Assembly were part of kind of wide-scale research to try and paint a picture of the position of ordinary Indian women on the ground. Because I think, and this is something I've also found in my extensive research on the AIWC, that although there were only 13 women in the Constituent Assembly, because they were so well connected to the All India Women's Conference and other women's organizations that were advocating, they were connected to the grassroots in many ways, and so they were senses kind of channeling the needs and the issues and the concerns of women on the ground. And you find this very strongly with the structures of the AIWC as well, because it had local branches, because it had elected representatives that went to the annual Congress. It was able to channel the voices and the needs and experiences of women on the ground. And I think that's something important to remember. So my two quick questions are, firstly, can you probe a little deeper? I'm also intrigued as to why this important chapter and important contribution of women has really been forgotten in the sort of broader sweep of Indian women's history. Is it a generational issue? Does it have to do with the way in which second and third wave feminists have kind of thought and conceptualized the past? And then my other question is, were there particular areas where these 13 women did disagree or have different opinions regarding important issues around the Constituent Assembly? And how were these differences negotiated or mediated? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annie. I read your book after I had sent my book for publication. So I just wanted to tell you, if I had the opportunity to have read your book before the work was done, then maybe this conversation could have been there also. And I've enjoyed reading your book too. And unfortunately, I was working during the COVID lockdown, and there were lots of tragedies happening around. I couldn't focus on this. But this, thank you for your for validating that point, that despite their so-called elitism, women's organizations, the AIWC particularly, was completely glued to the ground. About the question of why they have been forgotten, I have several answers, and none of them is a conclusive answer. One answer would be, I wouldn't really comment more on this because we have AIWC members sitting here, and I would have probably asked this question to the AIWC itself as to why in 70 years AIWC itself couldn't or didn't try to get a particular right. I think one problem that has happened, and maybe I shouldn't use the word problem here, and I apologize at the outset if I exaggerate what I'm saying. But I think AIWC has, over the last 30, 40 years, somehow been in the public sphere. I'm not talking about what it has been doing, reduced to an organization that does activity but does not theorize. Which has been a very important shift in feminist arguments in this country, that feminism is, there's a lot of feminist thinking, feminist theory, feminist argument, right? And of course, there's a lot of feminist activism, feminist activity, and feminist work. But somehow this part of AIWC, where it would intellectually also take the leadership of the women's movement, that somehow is not something on which AIWC focused as much as it could have. So that is one reason why the most important women's organization of the 1940s and 50s did not pay enough attention to these women. That's one. The second is the question of waves, as you are talking about. I do not really quite understand why do we have to go back to the wave metaphor to understand Indian feminism, as the second part of my work is all about how Indian feminists were actually giving a leadership to the women's movement in Europe, in the US, and in the UK. And Sameta was the vice president of the International Alliance of Women, Amrit Kaur, Renukari, they were all at the forefront of international women's movement. And women's movement was also not so fragmented, so it was not like Indian women's movement or Western women's movement or French movement. All of this has happened, of course, and it is a much larger inquiry. I'm not really quite equipped to do that, but that has also probably taken away the focus from Indian women's movement itself. The third answer to this is the fact that most of these women, leaders of the AIWC, were self-effacing people. You look at their memoirs, you look at their autobiographies, they hardly talk about the fact that they were also there in the making of the Constitution. And they were very much there, but they don't go on, blowing their own trumpet, as it were. So they were not women who would go on promoting themselves. They worked on the basis of the Constitution, but did not talk so much about that. And men or male members of the Indian Constituent Assembly kept on repeating that they are the founders. You look at the first amendment to the Indian Constitution, which was made in the 1951 Parliament, and there Nehru and all the important founding fathers were continuously saying that we have made this Constitution, it is our child, and we have to protect it, and so on and so forth. So that is one. That is why I believe in the political field this has not happened. The fourth region, which I would not again might sound controversial, but again I think is a very, very amazing fact of Indian constitutional history, is how B.R. Ambedkar has gradually been given the complete authorship of the Indian Constitution. I mean, Ambedkar played a very important role. He was the chairperson of the drafting committee. He spent his ideas have played very significant role in the making of the Constitution. But overall, in the last 30-40 years of Indian constitutional history, Indian political and sociological history, somehow Dr. B.R. Ambedkar has been attributed the entire authorship of the Indian Constitution. So that has also somehow preempted or precluded these kinds of inquiry. And finally, Indian feminist movement had also not been able to retain the same amount of faith in the Indian Constitution as it should have. And that is one reason why this has been forgotten. And to your second question about the differences, of course, as I said in the beginning, they would talk among each other, they would debate among each other, they would discuss, and they would also disagree with each other. Two examples that I have in my mind. One is, of course, the Dakshayani Velayuthan and Renuka Ray's debate in the Constituent Assembly on the factory bill. And Dakshayani did not agree with Renuka Ray. Dakshayani did not agree with Jagjeevan Ram, and it was debated. It was debated, and there was no resolution to that. But overall, Durga Bai was a more conservative. She was neither on the right nor on the left. She was somewhere on the center, right? So Durga Bai they respected Durga Bai's position. They did not want to drag her to the left. They did not say that you have to exactly have our own position. So there was a lot of mutual respect among all these 11, 12 members. When Kamala Devi left the Constituent Assembly and did not join, it was not that they did not listen to her. Her advice was always, brought into the Constituent Assembly through the back door or these women. So that collaborative aspect was always there. Overall, I think the differences were sorted through discussions even before they reached the Constituent Assembly. That is how AIWC worked. I believe it still works in the same way. When you have the working committee meetings, and then you talk to each other and you bring proposals and you argue and debate and you flesh the differences out. So that is how probably it worked even in the making of the Constitution.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that answer. I think I will now go over to our next question person. You want to ask? Bethily is with me here.
Thank you.
Bethily Jagannathan. She is also a senior member of AIWC.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chetan, for your in-depth study and your very perceptive writing. It's really amazing from the very, very dull and boring Constituent Assembly meetings. You could draw out all the women's rights that were mentioned there and that people worked on later. I never thought that they had such interesting matter in that those debates. May I know what book you're now writing or you plan to write?
As I said, I'm working on this is something that a bit of this work, something has been done by Annie herself, and a bit of this work has been done by Rosalind Parr. But I'm still working on this. My larger interest is in trying to understand how Indian women's movement of the 1930s and 40s was not a marginalized movement so far as international feminism is concerned. Indian women's movement had a lot to offer to women's movement outside and a lot to learn from outside. So that is what I'm working on, looking at the papers, looking at the documents of several international women's organizations, of which the AIWC was, to which the AIWC was affiliated. The AIWC members would regularly report on the condition of women in India to international women's organizations and how what is now called the first wave of feminism in its last leg was deeply, I would say, was indebted to a lot of ideas which were developed by Indian women's movement here. So that's the work that I'm doing at the moment. I think
You will complete the picture of women's rights emerging in India through AIWC.
And women's movement.
and women's movement.
We will be
I hope. I'm a very slow writer. This book took me 15 years to write, so I don't know when will the second one come.
It's not easy, I know, coming out with the good work, and all the best for that. We would be eagerly awaiting that
Thank you so
volume.
much.
So,
And
and
I would definitely like to visit the AIWC.
yeah, sure. Add to that, the differences between the Western and Indian women's movements and all that would be obvious. I mean, we are eagerly, I actually want to read that because I know the differences. There's nothing like waves in India. And the fact that we were colonized, is a totally different backdrop in which we were working. So anyway, thank you so much. Is there anyone else who wants to, Sheila ji, you would want to say something? And I think that would be the last. Vidyu ji, we don't have much time now. Sheila ji, I would invite, and then we would end the session. I think, yeah, Sheila ji.
Thank you. Thank you.
I also
Geeta ji.
have a meeting to attend.
Can you hear me?
One.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you
He's
very
also done.
much, Dr. Chetan. It was really wonderful listening to you, all
Thank
your
you.
deep studies about the women of AIWC who have formed the constitution. I really was amazed listening to all that, and I really feel blessed to be belonging to this family of AIWC with such rich legacy. Very proud we feel, and this credit goes to you to bring this out, to us. Of course, we knew about it, but not so much in detail. Last 3 years, when I was heading the organization, we had done the series of our past presidents. We covered about 38 presidents. Every month we did one, and in that series we had definitely brought the different presidents and their work, their relatives, their friends, their colleagues. They had come and given their views also. That was also very well appreciated, and I definitely appreciate your work and wish you all the best for your new book. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
It was-
Sheila ji. Thank you so much. I would now close the program. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Achyut Chetan. Without you, of course, this was unimaginable. It was your book that drove us to, this program, and we made this program possible. I know you are so busy. You are the Dean of the Arts and Social Sciences at St. Xavier's University, and we are so grateful that you could give this much time to our organization. We have done a recording and we'll put it on YouTube so that everyone can hear this. And secondly, I would like to thank the office for every possible support they gave us. All the internet issues initially, they were sorted out, and the president, the treasurer, and the secretary general, they deserve my applause, and the whole library team with me. Ranjana is sitting here, and the whole library team, as usual, were helpful. The whole of AIWC organization, which makes this book club event possible. And the tops is the audience, everyone listening so attentively with all the questions. So 3 cheers for the audience. And with these words, I would thank everyone, especially our speaker, and we meet again. Thank you so much for being
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. My regards to all of you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wonderful program.
Thank you,
Very
Veena
nice.
ji. Thank you.
Very nice,
Wonderful.
Yutika ji.
Wonderful.
We
बहुत
really
अच्छे
didn't
ये
know so much.
बहुत जबरदस्त ऑथर हैं और इनकी बुक जो व्हेन आई टॉक टू हिम, अभी तो बहुत सी चीजें जो हमने नहीं पढ़ी, ये किताब जो इन्होंने लिखी, यू मस्ट रीड. आप लोग इशू
नहीं,
करा
इसकी
के
क्लियरिटी आप इनके बोलने का देखिए,
हाँ
अथॉरिटी एंड
हाँ
क्लियरिटी,
या ट्रू,
क्लियरिटी एंड अथॉरिटी,
वेरी इम्प्रेसिव
वेरी
ऑथर
इम्प्रेसिव, वेरी
और
इम्प्रेसिव।
ट्रू रिसर्चर। इन्होंने ठीक कहा, हम लोग थियराइज, टाइम नहीं था, नहीं तो बहुत कुछ है बोलने को, हम लोग थियराइज नहीं करते हैं आजकल, सिर्फ वर्क वर्क वर्क, जो वो कह रहे थे ना, दैट्स व्हाई AIWC लॉस्ट इट्स इन द रेस।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
थियराइज जो लाइब्रेरी और जो इंटेलेक्चुअल जो थोड़ा इनपुट है ना, वो कहीं ना कहीं हमें पकड़ के रखना पड़ेगा, और इतना है हमारा बैकग्राउंड।
और उन्होंने बताया ही कि हमने
Yeah.
वो जो पहले हमारी जो था
वो चीज
अभी नहीं रहा, बीच के 20 30 40
यस
सालों में
यस दैट्स वी
क्योंकि
लॉस्ट।
अब हम
We lost it.
डाइवर्ट हो गए, हमारी थिंकिंग
हाँ
डाइवर्ट हो गई।
डाइवर्ट हो गई।
लेकिन इसके कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में है ना कि लाइब्रेरी एंड ऑल द रिसर्च जो करना चाहती थी प्रोफेसर बासु, एक्चुअली उन्होंने ये शुरू किया था, बीना जी को तो याद होगा आप लोग को, कि कैसे उन्होंने 2015 में, हम बहुत 2010 से ही कर रहे थे, बुक पढ़ो बैठ के, वो लेके आ जाती थी यहाँ, हम लोग इनफॉर्मली, याद है आप लोग आते थे तो हम बैठते थे, बट धीरे धीरे हमने इसे फॉर्मलाइज करके बुक क्लब किया। 3 साल कोविड में हुआ नहीं, ये पहला है आफ्टर कोविड, तो हमने इसे इसलिए ऑनलाइन कर दिया कि सब लोग जुड़ जाएं। नहीं तो यहाँ हाइब्रिड हो सकता था, लेकिन हमने यहाँ नहीं रखा। फिर वो चाय पानी, आई एम सॉरी आई एम टॉकिंग
नहीं
लाइक
नहीं नहीं नहीं
उसमें
नहीं,
हम
ये
फंस
जो
जाते।
जितना बढ़िया ये हुआ है,
हाँ
मैं
हाँ,
कहती हूँ बहुत ही बढ़िया।
तो ये एक जरूरी है समझना कि इतना मेजर काम, और ये तो हमने देखा शीला जी, आपने किया था जो कि कैसे प्रेसिडेंट्स कर रही थी काम, वी हैव सीन दैट ऑलरेडी, एंड दिस इज हाउ द वर्ल्ड इज गोइंग। ये एनी डेवनिश जो थी, आर यू स्टिल देयर एनी?
नो,
उनकी किताब भी है, अब अगला शायद उनको
हाँ।
बुलाएंगे, उनकी भी किताब हमारे पास है,
अच्छा,
उन्होंने भी बड़ा और बड़ा अच्छा लिख के
उनका
गई
भी
है।
बहुत स्टडी
You,
है, उनका भी बहुत
AWC
स्टडी है।
autographed already है।
Yutika,
Yeah.
Yutika, the selection of the book was excellent for us to read. The importance of AIWC, really what inspired us to join, वो diminish होता जा रहा था. It has
Hey,
really
credit
brought
goes
us
to
back.
credit
It
goes
has
to this
brought us
lady.
back. Yeah, the
She-
book has brought us back to, you
Yeah.
know, appreciate AIWC again. You know,
जो ये लोग
it-
बैठ के पढ़ते रहते हैं ना सुबह पेपर
बहुत ही
में,
अच्छा, very
उस
very
पेपर
nice.
से इन्होंने निकाला। So I think we can now call it a day. Say bye.
Yes, yeah,
बाय
bye bye.
बाय बाय बाय
We
बाय।
meet again sometime. We'll meet
मैडम
sure.
रिकॉर्डिंग जरूर भेजिएगा,
हाँ हाँ हाँ, मैं हम भेजते हैं अभी, हम
अपनी ब्रांच में हम फिर करेंगे इसको।
श्योर, आप लोग सुनिएगा किसी इवेंट आधे घंटे 1 घंटे का।
जी
ओके,
बिल्कुल।
थैंक यू
ओके, बाय बाय
बाय
बाय बाय।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।